System 76 has a music video out, apparently. Okay. Oh my. I forgot to turn off audio capture on the last one. So it's been audio capturing all night long and transcribing all night long. Transcribing nothing. I wonder what it'll turn it into. Okay, I'm just posting in some channels, turning on the chat, getting things ready. Interesting. Okay, I just want to see what this is about for a second. So they're trying to make large bulky desktops cool again. Which, I mean, if you're doing gaming, that makes sense. That's so weird though. Oh, the faux wood. Oh, that's like seeing that is the equivalent of hearing nails on a chalkboard for me. Give me the plastic stripe, sure, but faux wood. Oh, it hurts. Oh, it hurts. Oh man. See, I want to get either System 76 or Framework for no reason. I have no reason to buy a non-Mac laptop. I have the MacBook 2015, and that does what it needs to do. It, runs Windows for me. That's all that it can do now. But it can't run Windows 11. So, let's see here. Framework. I've seen a few of these, and they look pretty nice. I've met people who have them, and it is surprising how good they look, how light they feel. Oh, that's so weird. Oh, that's also nails on a chalkboard for me. Going from center to off-center configuration. That's just, last gen for less. Okay. All right, we're going to get started here. Boom. Okay, let me pull that off screen. I'll take a look at that later. We were having some conversation about equipment being pulled off FedEx trucks and loaded with spyware, and how that's kind of just the default for Windows. Like, the government doesn't, come in with the FedEx, or, commandeering the FedEx trucks with the gag order. Just the people involved in the Windows supply chain are like, oh, did you, like, not necessarily, not saying to governments, but just to anyone. Oh, did you want to put some software on here? This thing still runs. Let's get more software on it. We don't want to load a computer to the person, to the end user that's serviceable, that just works. We can't have that. That would ruin our brand reputation if we just gave them the computer with the operating system on it and the resources for them to use. Okay, anyway, let's pop a top, my friends. We got a little Mountain Dew. Let's see what Mountain Dew has to say. Oh, it says open focus. That's right. There we go. Oh, the deliciousness. Oh, we're losing a few drops. That's not appropriate. The sweet nectar of the gods shall not be wasted in vain. Oh, if I was ritualistic about my own religious practices, as I am about Mountain Dew, I might stand a chance at going to heaven after all. But as it is, well, I'll take what I can get. What I can get is Mountain Dew. You know, it's good to have an addiction. It keeps you sane. Just to have a little something. Whoop. To hold on to. There we go. All right, so today we're going to be doing more PowerShell. I'm going to finish up what I was going to finish up last night, but my I was interrupted by dinner, and so yeah, and of course David did not blindly approve these without being to test them. So now I have to. We're gonna have to change the order of these. So the first one, this is actually going to become number one. So this one's going to become number one. I'm going to rebase this because I need to get these in an order that they'll go into live properly. Go into the next environment properly. So what we're going to do is here locally, we're going to git switch to this one. Let's pull, make sure it's up to date. It should be. And then I'm going to get rebase main, and we should see a ton of stuff here. Oh, really? We don't. Okay. That's strange. Let me switch to main and make sure that main is what I thought it was. Okay. Yeah, main looks like what I thought it would. Okay, so we're going to... so we did this one. Oh, he did approve it. Okay, good. That's weird. Why did I not see the approval? All right, so this now is the new number one thing that needs to go in. Oh, and so then after that, I think it would actually make sense to do this one. So this is now number two of the batch. No, this is now number 4 of the batch. Number 3? I don't know. Oops. Okay, so this is going to move to number 2. So we're going to go to SSH authorize. This is going to become number 3. Okay. So this one should actually get based off of, what did I say number 2 was? It was a fix. I think fix the Webi hosted ones. Okay. Hold on. So number 1, this should go off of main. Number 2, this should go off of fix Windows envs. So let's make it do that. Okay. And then, yeah, I'll just do these in order because it makes sense. So we're gonna do this one first. We'll just go into main. And let me double check on this. I want to double check on these before I actually do them. So I'll go to the... Blah. Okay, I'm gonna move this. All over so I don't have any distractions there, and we're gonna go through this one by one and make sure that we're applying these in the right order and that they've been tested in the right order. Because sometimes when you reorder commits, you introduce bugs. We don't want to do that. All right, so then this becomes number 4. So this is the reverse, almost the direct reverse order, if not the direct reverse order of how we had started them. So hotfixes made it in. All right, so rebasing that onto main is not a problem. Get switch. Get rebase dash I main. Bug fixes. Good. Okay, now get switch. We're going to go on this one. Fix Webi hosted. All right, so this one has a number of changes, and I will need to make sure that we didn't introduce any regressions here. So reword PowerShell edition for Windows. Okay, and this is just fixes. Okay, so I think what we're going to do here is actually push this like that. And then we're going to go get switch, and then we're going to do SSH authorize. And then we're going to do this off of, what branch was it? Fix Webi hosted. And let's just go ahead and paste there. Okay, so this looks like these are exactly the same. So I suspect I will just check this out. To make sure that they're the same. So what I'll do is I will do get switch -c temp, and then I'll do get rebase, and then I'll paste these two, and then I'll do that, and then I'll diff, and by do that I mean paste the commits that I'd saved from the other one, and then I will diff it against the, what was it, fix Webi hosted. Computer's too close, need to take my glasses off. Oh, all right, so these did have different versions of stuff in them. So now I got to figure that out. Oh, no. I didn't want to do this against Fix Webi Host. I wanted to do it against feature SSH. Okay, good. That's what I was actually expecting, was that there would be no difference between my temp branch and the feature branch that it correlates to. Okay, so we're good there. How's it going, everybody? What are y'all up to on a Saturday morning or a Friday night or a Saturday morning night? Saturday night? Is anybody? Nobody's having a Friday night. Only people are having. Some people are having a Saturday night, but nobody's having a Friday night, right? Is that the way the world works with time? Okay, and so then we switch this, and we're going to base it off of SSH authorize. Okay. And that's going to be interesting to do. So git switch over here, and then we're going to git rebase -i feet SSH authorize. And this one, I think this goes away. And before I do this, you know what I should have done? Hold on. I should have just done a git pull to make sure. Okay, good. So that one, I'm pretty sure that one goes away. I'd like to look at that one and see what that one is. So we're going to do this. Git switch -c temp again. And then git rebase -i main. And we're just going to get rid of all this. Because I want to see what this one commit is about. Because I think that that commit is gotten rid of. Yes. Yes, it is. Okay, so let's switch back to PowerShell Essentials. Get rebase -i main. Just get rid of that commit. And then there might be another couple commits in here that are just like minor. Okay, add that one, add that one, add that one, add that one. Okay, we also need a pwsh run. Now, I know I had that somewhere. I may have incidentally gotten rid of it as I was, going through these different branches. I think I still have something in my stash as well. The oblivion has had its cruel hold on me, unrelenting with its power to keep me from your streams. Release him! This is what you need, my friend. Sometimes it's okay to do more than just a sip. All right, so what was the one that had the most minor changes out of these three? Other minor fixes. So let's go back to this one. Fix Windows env path. And let's look at just adding that there. Ah, the sacred dew, perhaps forfeiting the slumber forever, has the answers I need. I should do more of this. Yeah, can we turn this into a channel where I just read things as though it's part of a video game cutscene? Sync env path has guaranteed the correctness. We will vanquish the right host for the entire block. Remove item will not be ignored. I think I'm getting it. You're doing it, Peter. I wonder about the voice acting in video games, because I'm pretty sure that people in medieval England didn't actually speak that way. They're probably a lot more casual about it. You know, I will slaughter thy head. You know, it's probably more like, oh, you get, I'll slaughter thee. You know, it's probably something more like that. Yeah, I just can't imagine walking up to somebody like, oh, thou wretched filth, I shall slaughter thy highness with my most. You know, it's just like, I'm angry that you're in bed with my wife. Off with your head. Yeah, that one. Yeah, see, we're already getting more views. People love it. Yeah, this is now a video game channel. That's what we do now. Now we do video game voiceovers in the style of code. New channel. New rules. All right, so we're going to change this to from write output to write host, just for consistency. Bless me. Just when the cycle of sleep was about to be fixed, a malefactor appeared. A stream most foul. A stream of caffeinated Mountain Dew. All right, I'm not doing anything there. So what I'm doing here first is we're actually going to go add the foreground color back to this one, because I don't think I meant to take it off in the first place. So we're going to put that back. I think we're going to change this from command to commands. How do I turn this into, let's see. Everything's off. Dang it. Now everything changes. Okay, so nothing special there. So this one goes to this. Right output to right host for consistency. What the letter L was I thinking with this? Right output true. Right output false. The letter L. I mean, this would just be... What was I smoking? Well, one, I didn't know about the pipelines. That there's no returns in PowerShell. There's only pipelines. So I'm pretty sure we can get rid of this. Okay, I'm going to leave this one alone. I'm not going to touch that for now. What I'm going to do there is just say ref Webi consistently use right host within a block. Okay, what else did I want to do here? We're almost at the place where, so if we fix the path issues, oh whoops, I had a little scratch on my itch on my nose and I scratched it. Of course, it was an unmentionable. Now it's bleeding. Can you believe it? I'm almost 40 and I still have to deal with this crap. It's redonkulous. All right, let's see what else we got here. I appreciate the interactions, though. Worth losing my sanity. That's the joke. You weren't thinking. Yeah. Yeah. Or perhaps it's Microsoft's fault. When in doubt, blame Microsoft. Yes. You desire the Microsoft. Welcome to the Mega Hard. There is a company up at the point of the mountain, which is what we call that business park. No, actually, no, it's not at the point of the mountain. It is at, I forget the name of the business park that it's at, but it's one of the inner Salt Lake business parks. You actually have to, you can't stay on the main highway or main interstate. You actually have to get off of one of the, because there's 15 and then there's 215. You know how this is every time there's a major city, there's like a, you know, a 264, a 215, a 295, you know, a 364, 395, whatever, you know, 315. So, well, we don't have a 315 in Utah, but we have a 215. But yeah, every time there's a major city, it, you know, breaks off into these, into the interstate that goes around the city. So it's on one of those belts. And it is called Master Control. I kid you not. They named their business Master Control. Those are the bad guys. I mean, it's just when people name their businesses after something that is evil and nefarious, I know that it's meant to be a joke, but I think that there is something in the power of words that the sinister does actually manifest, if that makes sense. Okay, so I've got some other stuff. I think I want to do it in the path conflict stuff here. So let's move on. So env path rebase-i main. We're good. We're going to push that up. We're going to switch back over. And then there is something else I wanted to do in here. The Windows, the Webi hosted. Okay, so git switch, get rebase-i, fix env path. What? Okay, because that was this one. Yeah, fix that when modifying path. Good. Okay, so with this one, the other thing I wanted to do is I want to find any instance of .local / that is not accompanied with either user profile All right, so that is a doozy. All right, so we could get rid of push locate. We could get rid of temp. All right, so maybe this isn't doing what I thought it was doing, or no, this one like this. What? Hold on. Okay, is this working or not? Holy shiz dog, that cannot be right. One, because these all have user profile in them. Okay. What is going on here? Do I have to escape my or something? All right, I'm just going to do this in 2 bits here because. All right, let's get rid of all those. Okay, and then let's get rid of all of these. I am so confused. .local temp. These should all be excluded. Why are these not excluded? What magical incantation has gone awry here? All right, screw you, fish. I'm dropping down to bash. I can't handle your escape sequences. I need POSIX, baby. There we go. Something is going seriously wrong. Somebody please help me. What is going on here? What is going on? Like, I am excluding this. I am excluding .local / temp. Oh, quadruple escape. You've been bit by the /. That's okay. All right, this is more manageable. Okay. All right, this one. So user profile. And then we have dot backslash, and then double backslash, and then backslash. Did I get it right this time? I think I got it right this time. Okay. So we also want to get rid of anything that has, so we could do this one or home. All right. So these are the ones that could be messed up. Everything else looks like it is now correct. Okay. So the Webi itself is the one that looks like it's messed up. They hold the name for its power. It is not fit in the hands of the letters. Invoke the primordial's name to extinguish the folder's soul? All right, now let's go to cut-d colon F1 sort-u. So I can see. Okay, so there's only 3 files that we need to worry about here. So let's take them in turn. Wait. This surprises me. Ah, it's got the backslash for the escape sequence. Right. Okay. Done, not a problem. Okay, it seems like this one we could have maybe fix this one. What is this? PowerShell exe. If this is running in PowerShell, which I believe it is, command rule display name, null, bound rule, else, direction. Okay. Okay, and then finally we've got Webi itself. Okay, where's X been used? I don't know why I was using xbin, but I think that we need to vanquish that as well. Okay, this kind of needs to go out into its own thing. I don't know why I had xbin, but I had it. I think I had it as some sort of test or something. And I forgot to change it back, and then it got copied a bunch of times. Oh, yeah, hold on. You have to get restore any of the type changes. This is something I really wish they would fix with SD. Is that if the thing is a link, don't replace the link. Oh, really? But there should be nothing there. Okay, good. That's what I was expecting. So bat curly. Wait, how did bat install? All right, let's take a look at this. Bat install.sh had an xbin. Hold on. What did? Okay. Okay. Doc. Fix widespread xbin typo. Vanquish. I'm actually wondering because I would be happy to throw all of the typos into an earlier commit and just not anything that's in a comment is fair game to fix the typo for. But none of these are comments. All of these are real. Oh, there's a comment. There's a comment. Okay, so I will move that one earlier. In fact, let's go ahead and do that right now. Wait, what were we just at? Okay. I need another Mountain Dew. 2 isn't going to hold me over today. I got to start streaming, so I got to... I got to start streaming so I can have a mental breakdown on camera and get views. Ah, I am summoned elsewhere. Fairly well, strange biped. I'm just going through making sure all these X bend to bend changes look good. By the way, it was nice to have you on the stream again. 10. Oh, what is this? What is this?
In the game.
So remember how you use the hand and you hover over the color of the flag?
Well, there's no flag.
Well, you have to go, so up at the top, it'll say solo play, up at the top in the middle. And you click on that and you can change it to team play. So go tell mommy that.
So I need help.
I know. Go tell mommy and tell her it needs to be changed from solo play up at the top in the middle to team play. Can you tell her that? Okay. Go tell her. All right. Oof. Yeah, I don't know why the X-Bin was ever there. I think it was, I was just testing something locally and I wanted to put it in X-Bin instead of bin. And then I ended up copying it all over the place. Oh, that's so weird. Okay, so all of these write outputs are their own thing. Hold on. We might do a different way than what I thought. Okay, so first of all, let's take a look at what are we working with here? We're working with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 of these things. So let me go over here. Whoops, not pull request. the reason for this, this was fixed in fixing, and the fixes in caused this problem. The solution is to delete the affected program. There was a long-standing typo in a few places where xbin was referenced in place of local bin. Fixing that in caused this problem, since this may be higher in the path than solution. Problem. History. You run JQ-V and you see an older or any that curly FD, FCF, or JQ. And see an older version than what you just installed. PowerShell, remove, item, force, recurse, path, home, local, xbin. You may also wish to remove, just to keep things tidy, you may also wish to remove this from your path. This can be done with Halfman. Okay, and then I'm going to close this out. Closing, because this is a matter of documentation, not an action item. Okay. Oh, hey, you're still here. I thought you were summoned elsewhere. What happened? All right, so got all that. Okay. Set env in place when modifying comments. Switch to download URL. Switch scripts without conflicts between .bat and .ps1. All right, we're gonna go back another one. Oh, whoops. Bless me. Back curly FD FZF JQ. Bat curly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, well, there's a number of places where we got to fix things here. It's okay. It's all coming together. All right, so write output. So what am I going to do here? First, let's fix it. Let's fix the ones that need fixing. Um, Place bin. New item. Hmm.
I made my teammate by myself.
Good job, sweetie. Way to go. You should be proud for yourself. Okay. So this one is not at all a doc change. I just want to split these up so that they're easier to deal with because of the multitude of the changes. What? Okay, and then we're going to do the same thing that I did before. We're going to do it again, and we're just going to call this, we're going to call all of that documentation. So any more X bin needs to be replaced with bin. Right out, yes. 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 Okay, so git switch. And I just want to split these across the two commits. Whoops. Okay, I'm confused. We've been on this branch the whole time? Oh, I thought I'd switched to a different branch. So fix xbin. Huh, okay, well, that's that. Let's see if anybody's on that could give us a review quickly. No? Okay, well then I'm going to just fold it in with the other ones then. Okay. Hmm. Bah! Mm. All right, all right. I'm going. This is so pedantic. This is one of the things that's a weakness of mine. Is I get so pedantic about. Well, I'd like these to be separate PRs. Blah, 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 blah. All right, there we go. Final answer. Okay. Hmm. Okay, that one can be its own thing. I will grant. Okay, was there something? I think there was something else that I was going to do in here. I'm not sure. Okay, so now, I didn't really do anything. I just went through and made sure that these commits can go through safely. So let's take a look at these again. This now has 8 commits, which is not what I expected. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then that one. Okay, so I know where these extra ones came from. So this is all good. I would like to break this down into another commit, but okay, this is all doc. Oh, wait. That one. Yeah, we're just going to put it in there. Okay, one more thing. Okay, I want to have this historically, so I'm going to do it so that I have it historically. I know it's pedantic. I'm going to do it. Leave me alone. Okay. All right, let me see if anybody's available. Oh, heck with it. Long ago, I was testing something, maybe, or for some reason, I chose to use the name dot local xbin. That got copied and pasted in multiple places, which I don't think is what I intended. And to this day, those things install in the wrong place. This fixes that. That said, it causes this bug. The fix will cause this bug. But I think it's worth it for the future. All right. I guess we could put something that's kind of, for transition. We could say, actually, let me try this out real quick. So here's one thing that we could do that would fix that bug. Now I'm kind of glad that I pulled this out because we can fix that bug. And here's how we can do it. Number 747. Oh, and we still need to fix that one too with the home directory. Right. That should go in with the env fixes for sure. Because the Windows env fixes, we should also change that path. That would be a good place to do that. So do we need to have a recurse if it's an empty directory? That's my question. And then can we just ignore any errors on this? I'm not so sure about this because in Windows you can't move something on top of something else. So there are some places where this, yeah, I don't even want to go this route because I feel like it's more dangerous to try to fix it than it is to just let the user deal with the problem that it might possibly create. All right, so let me git stash pop. And then git stash pop again. How do I remove one item? Okay. Git stash remove one item. Okay, yeah, this is the right place to be. Restore. Okay. All right, let me drop back down to Bash here and take a look at this one. Okay. So the only place where we have a problem with that looks to be here. .local. Oh, oops. Hmm. Hmm. Invoke request. Invoke web request. Yeah, that one. I have to let that one go for now. Okay, so I need to still deal with. Okay, I'm gonna make some notes real quick because I got a couple things I need to deal with. What else? What was I just looking at? What does this thing do? PowerShell ampersand. Oh, you can block it from. Oh, that's interesting. We could fix the Windows sudo with that, I think. Okay. Huh. I just don't understand how this is different from just calling a command. Okay, yeah, this is still not clear to me. I think what it's saying is that it's going to call operator allows you to execute command or function, local computer name, and more. Hmm. Because I know there's places where we don't have the ampersand. So this one doesn't need an ampersand. Hmm. All right, I'm gonna make a phone call to somebody who works at Microsoft and who helped me with some of this PowerShell stuff in the past and see if he can explain me what the operator is. What this operator is. So I'm gonna I'm gonna I'm gonna be
That's in batch scripting has call.
So there's an ampersand in PowerShell. You use an ampersand. You're the one that told me to use it, and
Okay.
and I'm going through and I'm refactoring a bunch of this PowerShell stuff, and I'm looking at the documentation and I can't tell why I'm using it and
So
or why I'm not.
The reason I use it is when I want to pass a whole bunch of arguments, and sometimes there's stuff in there that PowerShell gets confused by, or most often it's because something goes wonky, and the first thing in the command is something PowerShell thinks should be like an alias or a commandlet, or PowerShell thinks it's smarter than me and decides that first thing in the ampersand, first thing after the ampersand, that the first thing in my command is PowerShell and not like just a normal shell invocation of a command handing to the kernel to exec it. And so the ampersand makes sure you never have to worry about that. It is a wrapper, essentially. It is basically a shorthand for using the invoke command command.
Well, so for example, if I want to use curl.exe or tar.exe and I use them, it seems like they work without the ampersand, but the way that you had shown me to do it was to put the ampersand in front. And then there's also some places where, now that I know about the PowerShell linter and formatter, the PS analyzer thing,
yeah,
I ran that and it changed all of the MV commands, which had an ampersand in front of them, to move item commandlets, but it left the ampersand in front. It didn't remove the ampersand when it did that. And it works.
Okay. That kind of suggests that what I was using it for was either I switched the order of the namespaces or it was bunk. That's kind of weird. Wow, okay. So curl is a fun one because curl takes different arguments than curl.exe.
Yeah, because curl is a commandlet.
Yeah.
Before they added the BSD curl. Or I guess it's actually not BSD curl, it's just curl.
Right.
Yeah, but the Unix curl.
Yes. And so there's a curl and a curl.exe in the PowerShell namespace. One's on the path and one's part of. They're like, we're going to make this easier for people to use, and it doesn't take any of the same arguments. And it's like, well, okay.
Yeah, that was frustrating. Because I think it's an alias for invoke web request.
Yes, it is. So my memory and the reason I told you to do it is that if you do ampersand curl, I would expect it to find curl.exe first. If you just do plain curl, I would expect it to find the commandlet first.
Okay.
That's the reasoning I had.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm looking at a Stack Overflow post, I'm looking at the SS64 documentation, and I'm looking at the official Microsoft documentation, and none of them juxtapose, as far as I can tell, none of them juxtapose the using it versus not using it, and the description just seems like it's the same as if you didn't do it. Okay, so
PowerShell. Yeah, sorry. I had enough situations where adding the ampersand was the fix for what I was doing that I'm like, yeah, anytime I don't want PowerShell to explicitly parse this, I'm just going to put an ampersand in there so I can say, shut up PowerShell, make it happen. But if I'm wrong, then and it sounds like I'm wrong. Like MV is an alias, but it's possible there that it's just changing the order of the namespaces so that if there's an alias but no MV command, because there is no exe for doing moves in Windows. It's either built into CMD, built into PowerShell, built into Explorer, and so that kind of makes sense if it tries to find a command, fails, and then tries to find a commandlet or alias.
Okay.
But let me look up. All right, ampersand call operator.
How old are your kids now?
2. And it has some probably 15 words.
I don't think I've talked to you since you had kids at all.
That's fair. We have this one. And he's basically baby on easy mode. He's been very lucky, but this
Nice.
morning he's kind of grumpy.
We've had 2 babies on hard mode so far, and that has been very discouraging for my wife.
Well, there's a lot to be done to help out there. The only reason we've survived 1 on easy mode is, I don't know, for some of it's some health stuff that came up with having them, so
Yeah.
we're probably just going to have the 1.
Yeah.
Here, are you wearing a shell on your head? Oh, there it goes. Where'd it go? Sorry, we have like a little plastic seashell, and he walked up to me and handed it to me, so I just put it on his head, and then he promptly tried to look up at it, and it fell off.
Yes. Yeah, so we have you read the Stormlight Archives?
I have not. I've heard good things.
Well, we've named our second son, or our first son, our second child, Adolin, which is one of the characters.
Gotcha. Okay.
And he is ridiculously strong. Like, he breaks child locks. Like, he'll pull the drawer and break the plastic of the child lock, or break the adhesive on the one on the fridge. We cannot keep him out of things.
Oof. Rough.
And he's 2 as well. He just turned 2 at the end of September.
Yeah. Gotcha. Wow. Yeah, that's we've it was really funny. We got some sticky ones that use a magnet to. If the executable path has any interesting characters in it, because yay Windows spaces. Although I was very happy when they finally removed spaces from the user folder. All of the default user folders don't allow spaces in the base values.
Nice.
Applications can put them in, but. Are you biting your toy phone? Okay, so the other thing this does is if you have one of these funky characters, PowerShell is going to see the character and go like, oh, you're trying to, dereference a variable, you're trying to escape this is a space, so it's a break in the string, those kinds of things. The ampersand says, okay, PowerShell, shut up, this is not a string object, this is a string that is to be interpreted as a command.
Huh.
So that's what S64 describes as being. And so it's a pretty subtle thing, but PowerShell's really annoying this way. Like, oh, you thought you were running a command, but you were actually making a string.
Oh, now I think I understand. Okay, so anytime that you need to put quotes around it, you use the call operator. Okay, got it. Okay, because this is one thing that I wish I knew at the very beginning. I did not learn this until yesterday. That PowerShell does not have return values. PowerShell has a pipeline, and everything goes into the pipeline. So if you create a string because you needed to quote a path, it's simply going to put the string into the pipeline rather than invoke the program. That makes sense. Okay, that is crystal clear. So the reason I need to use the ampersand is really if I want to run a command rather than a commandlet, or if I want to, I'm going to make a note on this real quick because I think it just clicked. Okay. Ampersand if I need to run command versus commandlets. So curl versus curl. Or if we want to invoke a string rather than put it in the pipeline.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you wrapped your head around the whole pipeline concept?
I have not. I know how to use it. I have used it many times, but there's a lot in there I don't understand. Like, I understand that when you have something that's outputting objects, you can pipeline those objects to the next commands, and like for each is my favorite operator.
Yeah.
The ampersand, it's a percent sign is the alias for it. And so I have those pieces, but like there's the extended default parameters. There's like these parameters all PowerShell things have, like
error.
There's error. There's default error action. That one's actually pretty useful. I like using it. But then there's like 3 of them that are pipelines, and I'm just like, I just don't know. Here goes.
Oh yeah, so there's multiple pipelines. There's a verbose pipeline, an error pipeline, a info pipeline, and the pipelines don't necessarily just contain strings. Typically you would use them with strings, but the pipeline can contain anything. And so if you want to switch what pipeline something belongs to, you can put a pipe and then write output or write verbose. Write output is the default pipeline. So if you don't pipe to write output, if you do nothing, it's the same as if you pipe to write output.
Okay.
And every single line goes in the pipeline, and return, I think that it should be a syntax error to put something after return because it gives you the impression that there's a return value. There's not. Whatever value is in a return, if you do return X,
right,
it will just do things in the reverse order. It will put X onto the pipeline and then it will return, which is not what you would expect. You would expect that it would return X, but there is no concept of returns in PowerShell. You cannot return a string. You cannot return an object. You cannot return anything. Everything goes into the pipeline unless you $null equals.
Right. Which I have, because I like my program output to be tidy, I do want to make verbosis.
Yeah, I was having the hardest time because I haven't been using functions because there was a bunch of stuff I didn't understand and I was having, weird behavior early on, but over the last week, I've really tried to figure it out and I've learned a ton.
Gotcha.
And yeah, I was returning true or false. And instead I was getting back 2 return values, one of which was the input string and the other one was true. And I'm thinking, okay, this does not make any sense. I did return true. Why am I getting an array? And it's because I wasn't getting a return value. I was just getting the result of the pipeline.
Gotcha.
And because I did something like new item, and new item will return the string that basically it returns the string you gave it for the path. And so when you run new item, it just puts that item in the pipeline. So when I did the thing and then I returned true, I got the result of return item from what it put into the pipeline, and then I got the result of true from what it put into the pipeline.
Gotcha.
So, all right. Well, I don't. I actually would love to catch up sometime, but I'm going to continue on with this. Thank you for your help in letting me understand what the call operator does. I think I get it now.
Okay, glad I could help some. I know I look every time I see the Patreon going through. I'm like, I wish I could be helping more and manage. Time management is not my strong suit, so
No, it's not mine either. So,
all right.
but yeah,
Good luck with
thanks.
it, man.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Bye. Okay, that was well worth it. So now I understand what the call operator is. So we do not need the call operator in almost any case from our usage of this. And we also should not need to switch into user profile. And yeah, I don't actually want to switch the location. I don't think this will make a difference. Okay. All right, let's double check on this because there's a couple things that I want to make sure are done right. Yeah. All right, let's look for a dot local from the top. Dot local. It's going to create the path. Okay, now we're doing a set content. So I want to make sure that this is correct. We should not have to push D user profile. So let's get rid of that. And we should not have to pop D. But I think this is already fixed elsewhere, further up the stack. I think one of the other ones already makes this fix. So we should not have to push into Oh, got it. That was a good comment. Right there. So this one, that should work. Even if there's a space in the name, that should work. And I'm pretty sure. Okay, bypass. Okay, so this was the issue. Was how do we do this if there's a space in the home directory, but all we need to do is use user profile here, and then it will work. That's the way that that one works. Because it will be fine with having a user profile and it's a space in user profile. Okay, got it. That one seems like that one's complex enough. It should be its own commit. So I'm actually going to leave that one be for now. Okay, so this should work. Ooh. Interesting. Not sure how to interpret that. But I think that that should work now. All right, so the contents of Webi.bat should be echo off PowerShell bypass execution policy run PowerShell %. That's going to run from command.exe. Okay. Okay, we're going to try this out then. And this is going to be ref use home and what version of okay, what version of PowerShell introduced home? I'm gonna open up GPT for a minute. Okay, which version of PowerShell introduced home as an alias for env path? Okay, so we probably should not use home there. Can you point me to documentation for that? Just and of course the URL that it has is wrong. So let's go here. PowerShell documentation. And then home. $sign home. Okay, let me ask it. Which version of PowerShell did Windows 10 start with? Again, it could be completely wrong here. It could go either way. Okay. Let's see, PowerShell version history. Let's see, how many do I have to go? After V 5.1.0. Seven point zero point zero. After, how about 6.0.0? Okay. 2016. So, pretty sure Windows 10 was before that. Okay. 1607. Okay, so 2015. And then server 2016. Okay. When was PowerShell 5.1 released? April 2016. Okay. Okay, I think we can just use home, and if somebody complains, we can switch it back to E and B. Oh. So that one will just have to be pushed again. Okay. Oh, let's get the music back. Oh, I wonder what Windows is doing there. Rebooting itself. Okay. I think we could fix sudo, but I'm not sure how, but I think that I think we can get that fixed. Alright, so this one is one that I just updated, I think. Alright, that one we gotta figure out elsewhere. Now we gotta figure out elsewhere. Okay. Hold on. Oh. Okay. So, let me walk through these again. Again, I'm taking 2.5 hours to do this because I don't want to break stuff and I want to make sure things go in smoothly. So there's one more PR that's going to get introduced as part of this, which is 1.5. Okay. So we got a documentation change. Got a fix. This one I'm pretty sure we get rid of. Is that still in there? Oh, no, no, no. This is the one that replaces the one I was thinking of. Use write host for the whole output block. Okay. Okay, got it. Once more, my form collides with this plane of edutainment. Okay. Well, it's good to have you back, Tin. Alright. I'm just trying to make sure that all these commits are going to go smoothly. I think I'm at the last of it. I ran into a couple more issues. Okay, fix xbin. Alright, so we're going to run through and we're going to do this from top to bottom, and I'm actually going to put this in the dev environment. Git rebase-i main. Documentation, great. Fix, yes. Those two go together. Sync, exactly. Okay, good. That's all good. Then switch, fix, xbin, git rebase-i, this whole thing. Alright, we're actually fixing it, and then we're changing the documentation. Comments and everything. Okay, so let's push that. Again, then we're going to switch again. So we're moving up the chain. So we went from main to Windows path environment, fix xbin, to Webi hosted. Fix xbin, indent, invoke. Alright, we got that one taken care of. And then we have 3, which is SSH authorize. Okay. My task was not large, just slaying a few enemies, then the acquirement of the Ale of Ginger. Alright, so that brings us up to here. And then finally, PowerShell Essentials. So we're going to go back to PowerShell Essentials, and we're going to move the SSH daemon elsewhere. We're gonna move that further down the path. Oh, duh. Rebase itself. All uncaptured values are returned. see. Okay. The return keyword only serves to exit early. It does not take any there are no return values. The result of every command is put into a pipeline. The default pipeline is output. You can pick which pipeline a result is written to. Write output, default if not specified. Out null. Better to use equals. This is the same as output null. Okay, so we got right verbose. Right, error. Okay, what are the PowerShell pipelines? Now enumerate all of the PowerShell pipelines. No, I mean such as output, error, verbose, etc. Yeah, it's garbage. Okay. Right, verbose. Right, output. Right, error. Come on. Right information. There we go. Right host. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then they've forgotten all. Captured. Captured to variable, not no pipeline. You data that is results captured with a variable do not enter a pipeline. Okay. All right, let me catch up on comments here. Slayer does sound like a cool word. Whatever this perpetual text form mental breakdown is categorized literally, I don't know. How odd the term literal means something other than its appropriate usage, but this is true of terrible, awful, etc. And the appropriate usage sounds strange. Literologically, literal. I can't read the words you're saying. Minion, fetch my Literonomicon. Yeah, that sounds right though. Okay. What was this thing called? The call operator? Okay. That's something I could use more effectively, actually. The right verbose. There are no return values, just pipelines. don't think that that's necessary. It could be. Oh, no, it is. Because that will create the pipeline for it. Hmm. You think this is convoluted? You should see Microsoft's data pack language. That old shenanigans took 3 files and 30 lines of code distributed across them to access a value from a list of key value pairs. Ooh. And the 3 files were necessary to make branching logic. Actually, it might have been more than 3. Okay, well, you'll have to show me. Okay, so the call operator... Normally, you can run a command like this. Let's see. I might want to not put the quotes around some of these things. However, if the command is also the name of an alias or has spaces, however, if the command must be accessed, if command is not or is also the name of the PowerShell commandlet script is accessed directly by its path, i.e. not in the path. Okay. How do we say PowerShell commandlet? I don't know how we spell that.
have lunch with Josh today.
Oh, that's true. It's at 2. Thank you.
So I'm just here to remind you. Also, watch your phone. I tried calling you.
Oh, I didn't see.
No response.
Yeah, it didn't even
With
vibrate.
Josh. Josh at 2.
Thank you. Something that everybody wants. I don't know. Okay. Script. Okay. Boom. Okay, I feel like that's good. 3 files were necessary. Might have nuked the project for the sake of my sanity. Oh, that's good. You were too late to that party. Yeah, probably. The Minecraft party. Yeah, you were probably too late to that. There are a few key differences to PowerShell from other scripting and programming languages you may have used in the past. Knowing these from the start can save you a ton of headache. There we go. I knew I thought I had this somewhere. Vulture, what was that one? What would you say, like... function and commandlet names, file paths, and Boolean operators are all case insensitive. raw string and byte functions, however, are case sensitive. All string and byte functions, case sensitive, unless alter ignore case is used. Okay. Oh, hey, what's up? Sorry, give me just a second to finish my thought here, and I'll respond to comments. Mostly case sensitive. All right. Okay, so Micus, what's up? So I am working on some PowerShell stuff. So I'm working on Webi. So webinstall.dev. Webinstall.dev. You can take a look at this. This is, if you want to install developer tools, all your developer tools are here. Quick, easy install, no sudo, no permission changes, no mucking up your operating system. Just like gets the tool installed, gets it installed faster than any other way, and gets it installed in a conflict-free manner where it's not going to, like, if you install Python, everybody's had the experience where they install Python and then they have to reinstall Windows or reinstall Mac OS. Not as much reinstall Windows, reinstall Linux or reinstall Mac OS to get the correct version of Python again so that their system will work. So this gets rid of that problem. Nothing goes into a system path. Nothing comes into conflict with the system. Everything goes into folders that are well specified. So, I mean, you can pick anything here. Let's just pick Node as an example because that one's really common. There's a file section. It shows you, okay, boom, this is where stuff goes. And so if you need to just get rid of it all, that's what you get rid of. There's actually, I need to make note of this. This should have .npm as a directory here as well on the Node one. So originally I only put the things that would actually be modified during the install, but then I started putting things that program will create as well. So you know not only, okay, this is where stuff goes when it installs, but also as you use the program, these are the things that get touched. So I need to add that there. So this is Webi. Okay, so at this point, I think we're ready to cascade all of these and pull them all in. Okay. All right, let's see if this triggered. All right, so what we need to do then is we need to trigger this one to kick off its process because it just got stuck. And then we'll tell it to kick off its process again. Someone's made a Zig version manager which also manages ZLS versions called ZVM. Can Webi do version management? Yes. So it's just implicit. It's not that Webi does version management as much as just Webi keeps what you installed. So I don't have ZLS on here yet, but ZLS will be on here. But so if you did Zig at 0.11, then it just switches it over because it caches everything that's installed. That's really just, it's not so much a direct feature as just, we don't want to modify your environment in a way that it's not easy to figure out what went wrong and roll back, right? So if you had things set up with node 18 and then you upgraded to node 20 and something went wrong, you should be able to roll back. You should be able to figure out, okay, where was I? You should have a history of what's happened. And so that's what we have here. And then the Zig one, we do need to update Zig so that right now, because the master is a special case, it's not actually a version, it's ongoing. We need to change it so that when it sees master as the version, that it uses the date instead. So that's the date that is included in master. So if we look at Zig's releases, I believe it does have the commit information for master. So what we need to use is, instead of using the name master like we use for all the other tags, we need to use the commit information instead. So that will be coming soon. But anyway, let me get back to Zig at beta, which is master. I wonder if I do Zig at master, does that work? Yeah, okay, it does. So I could instead give it a specific date once this is fixed. So, and then when we add ZLS, it'll be the same. So this is the same with everything. Because, you know, if you want to go and clean up things, then, you know, do it. But this is what opt local or local opt looks like. You'll notice that it has all of the different things. I wonder why some of these have a book look and some of them have a folder look. It must have to do with what they have inside them. Like they have a README versus don't have a README or something like that. But all of these have a symlink. So the symlink is what points to the latest version. And so simply removing the symlink and recreating it does the job. So it's a very, very simple, obvious way to do it. Is we just don't delete things, because if you want to delete stuff, you'll delete it. You'll figure that out. We don't want to delete things on your behalf. All right, really? Is this? I don't know what to make of this. So I'm going to get rid of the requirement that the socket security passes, because it's happened many times now that it just halts. So let me go to branch protections, and we're going to modify the rule that we don't have to have that one pass because it's been too unreliable so far. Oh, sign in with your passkey. Oh, that's interesting. It's using my operating system credentials. I guess I logged in recently enough or something. Yeah, whatever. Okay, we'll get rid of that one so that we just don't have to deal with that problem, because that is a weird problem. And it's not, we should not have to deal with it. Now, where did... Okay, there we are. Get reset hard. Okay, so with these pull requests, this one we're just going to merge in with complete lack of disregard. Or lack of regard. Complete disregard. Get fetch. Get branch dash D. Get switch. Pull. Yeah, a lot of the things that have VM in the name, like RVM, NVM, ZVM, etc., they rely on behavior that can be buggy, because typically they're copies of the same script, and they rely on hooking into the shell's change directory hooks, and then will rerun stuff. So when you switch from one directory to another, it will potentially switch versions for that directory. And then that's not a problem. That's, cool enough. That's not a problem that I personally have, but that works. I agree that that's good. The thing where I take issue is that they try to keep all of the installed modules and stuff connected between switching versions, which that generally is not good. Well, it's good until it isn't. It's not consistent. It doesn't work reliably, because oftentimes when you switch between versions, you need the other stuff to switch versions too. So for example, I guess if it also manages ZLS, then this one kind of overcomes that problem. Although ZLS is not a direct dependency of Zig per se. But with I wouldn't see it being much of a problem with something like Zig, but with Node it's a problem, because you might have Prettier 3 installed, and then if you switch to an older version of Node, Prettier 3 doesn't run. And so for the older version of Node, you actually need Prettier 2. So this introduces a little bit of overhead in that you have to reinstall things at the correct version for that version of the thing. But it also guarantees that whenever you switch versions, whatever is with that version works. Or at least if it worked in the first place, it still works. Okay, so now we are at the tip, and we have lots of good stuff. And Windows is run amok, so I'm going to have to give it the power button salute. Give it a 10 count here. All right, and then give it a 2 count. And give it a 2 count. There it goes. Because Node is a... Yeah, so, by the way, YouTube is not family friendly. I recognize this. I am not necessarily family friendly, but I kindly request to leave the profanity at the keyboard. We've had some hells and dams, but in AJ's shed, we just don't say the F word. All right. Okay, I've reset the path. I've deleted .local. I could probably stand to remove the Webi download directory. And then along with SSH authorize, so I'll go back to this one. Well, I won't right now. I'll just add this on top and then we'll rebase it before everything comes in. But along with SSH authorize, we should be able to remove the admin, don't run Webi with administrator privileges. We should be able to get rid of that from here. That should become instead just a warning. I blame the mice that carry the internet data over to my house. A sane person would set up their command to always run as admin. Yes. There we go. So I'm going to get rid of the restriction because if we're going to do this over SSH, we have to have elevated privileges. For like it just... That's how SSH on Windows works. So it's unfortunate, but that's just the way it is. And no amount of my whining is going to fix that. Okay. Interesting. Oh, because I'm not in PowerShell. Duh! I'll put that in my notes. And curl-a-ms example.com. That doesn't work. So some of my information may be wrong then. Doesn't seem to matter whether it's a commandlet or not. Okay, so that's wrong. That's okay, we can fix that. PowerShell has a commandlet Okay, so I'll put that there as well. Okay, and next dot webinstall.dev/ssh authorize pipe to PowerShell. Let's just start with something more innocuous first. How about JQ? JQ-V doesn't work. But if I copy and paste this and I run JQ-V, still doesn't work. Interesting. How did that not work? Well, that's quite strange to me. Oh, typo. All right, get blame time. Ah! Get blame. Okay. All right, so we're going to run that again. Have you? I'm clearly tired. My humor is going in a horrible direction. I need another Mountain Dew myself. Have you tried sending Microsoft constructive criticism, such as a pipe bomb? What is a pipe bomb? I'm familiar with fork bombs. Do you mean fork bomb? All right. Hallelujah! Now, I don't know why we have a dirty. I probably should mark that. I'm going to put that in my notes too. Alright, I'm going to copy invoke download URL over. That is much more simple to send over via email. That is true. Unless you send instructions, most email receivers are turning complete. Or turn complete. Oh, I see what you're doing there. You are being evil. Your sanity is on the edge, my friend. Or could be. Let me look up right host versus right information. Oh, right warning. We forgot about right warning and right debug. Right warning. Go. Okay, so Let's see. For sure. I'm unsure whether or not I'll become a modern day Diogenes once I get kicked out of the house. Are you only 10 years old? Is that what the 10's for? Will I be the insane healer dealing out mental health advice from behind the toilet at McDonald's? Legends will speak of the mental health WC Goblin toilet therapist. Oh, blessed bathroom bum, wilt thou grant me to get past these tribulations of mine? Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right, so we did that one. And then the other one I would actually make part of... Woo! That's a lot of stuff that's going through here. Okay, and wherever we introduced the invoke download, switch from BAT to PS1. That wasn't the invoke I was looking for. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Add common invoke download URL. So which one was this part of? This one right here. Okay. So we should go back to this one. Let me add the change here first. So, what was this one? Oh, the reason I chose to do it that way is because it's fetching install script. And we could encapsulate this with something like repair Webi or install Webi. Oh, we found an extra one. It's interesting that comments don't get indented with the rest of it. Seems a little strange. Oh, let's see. Okay, so that looks good. Hmm. Okay, I'm going to have to change this up a little bit. I have carved my own lair in the walls there. Only those in the know of the prayer shall be granted healing. It's a comment from a little bit ago. You know, I probably don't even need quotes. Okay, so we'll take this. We'll grab invoke download URL. Put that about right here. And then we will replace this with invoke download URL. Package URL, path. Okay, and then Webi host. Oh, package URL? I hope that that's not how we just did it. Oh no! We have multiple invoke download URLs. Whatever shall we do? Well, this one's very conveniently located, so it's probably not the right one. Okay. So all of that is there. Base URL. Okay, so let's try to get this thing as close as we can to what it was before. Show help. So that one ended up right before show help. Okay. I'm going to rethink this a little bit. Yeah, we really can't move that. So invoke download URL. I kind of landed in about the right place, except for this. This needs to be brought up. Okay. And that doesn't make any sense anymore. Yeah, this documentation, these bits of documentation need to go elsewhere. I don't know what to call these. Okay. Oh, whoops. This allows us to call... Alright, I think I've captured all that. Okay, so I put that there. We can get that rid. Get out of that. Okay. Now we can actually see what's going on here. Seems like we should just be able to do if not on that. But we should probably also be able to do this. La.length should be 0. There we go. So for the future, that'd be how to do that. There we go. I'm not sure what version this tracks from. Oh. It might refer to the version of Webi itself. Oh no, computer went to sleep again. Probably have to restart it. What? Okay, did version get Yeah, base URL and version, it looks like nothing even happens with those. Alright, so I won't worry about that too much for now. But eventually, I would like to get it where that does have, where these have meaning. Well, I guess we could just get rid of them because they don't do anything right now. It doesn't get templated. Oh, darn. Okay, what else? There we go. That's how we do it in Go, too. I like that. Just check if the length is equal to 0. And I think that we should actually... We'll do that later. We should have a function to get user agent that should do this. Really is only used in those two places. So maybe I will go ahead and pull that over. Can we use that? Let me see if we can use that in this other one. So I think we need to use that in this other one. Hold on. I think PowerShell is now ARM. Yay. Invoke download URL. Get user agent. Oh darn. There's still a bunch of these that rely on the old ways. Like all of them. Okay, so we're not going to tackle that yet. Okay, get user agent is just one thing. I think we ought to move it to right here. Just to be on the safe side. Weird, because I thought I already fixed that, but whatever. Oh, oops. That doesn't look right. Oh, that's the full rewrite. Oops. Oblivion calls, and I must answer its summons. Fare thee well for now. Yeah, same here. Well, thanks for hanging out. Have a good one. I'll be back to finish this up later. Millions of hours later. How do I diff against the stash? Okay, there we go. Okay, Webi host was higher on that one. Okay, so can I do that like cached? That's so weird. There's these huge blocks that are absolutely identical, and it just doesn't know what to do with them. That's just strange to me. All right, so we're changing. That's right, Null Sprite. PowerShell. Oh no! Yeah, I've been fixing up a lot of stuff with Webi on Windows, or not just fixes. I mean, some things are actually fixes. I've discovered things that have worked but wouldn't have worked consistently, and just trying to get things a lot cleaner and smoother, and provide the same level of quality on the Windows side as on the Mac and Linux side. So I don't remember whether you've been here before or not, but if you want to check out webinstall.dev, this 5-minute video is a really good one. But the basics of it is you just install developer tools without installing other stuff. Install developer to the latest version of developer tools that are the official builds from wherever the developer tools come from instantly without all the extra garbage. So it's in order to use Webi, you curl the URL and then you get the thing, and the only excess you get is a little bit of checking to do architecture or version or whatever. Yeah. Oh, we did talk about this the other day. Sorry, Null Sprite, I didn't recognize your icon or your name. So, all right. Sorry about that. I have to go in like now-ish, but I'm going to go ahead and push these changes. I'm just going to do a whip on this real quick. Oh, okay. I run the biggest dev Discord in Norway. It was mentioned there. We as in the people on Discord. Oh, okay, cool. Well, welcome. I'm the dude. So I do, there's a couple other people that work on this as well, but for the most part, you know, like most open source projects, I'm, you know, the 90%er, the 98%er. So, yeah. Anyway, so there's a bunch of, I went like yak shaving rabbit hole. You know how it goes. I wanted to fix something on Windows, or, you know, I wanted to add something on Windows, and it was like, oh, well, we need to make sure that we add the PowerShell linter for Windows. No, this is what it was. I was going back to add this, and I was updating the Windows install script for this because it wasn't correct, and I thought, well, really, we need to make it so that the environment variable is set correctly all the time in a simpler way. And then I did some research and I figured it out. And then it was like, yeah, we need to move all this download stuff into a function. And then it was, you know, like, I need to be able to SSH into Windows, because working off of this box over here and having to like turn around and I need to get the SSH stuff figured out, and that should just be up on Webi. And, you know, and so it snowballed into like 5 or 6 different PRs of updates for Windows, and then found an old bug. I mean, the bug doesn't hurt anyone. Fixing it will cause a minor inconvenience. But like, there was a typo where I was testing something and I called it .localxben instead of ben, and then when I made the next few Webi installers, I had copied that over, and then it never went back and fixed it, stuff like that. So, like, sub, follow if you want to. I've got to go. I have a lunch to get to. But I will be back on later, and I'm going to... The goal was, last weekend, to get through the open PRs. And then, particularly, I wanted to get Ferrix Buster in. I wanted to update some documentation on Postgres and Caddy. I wanted to get NeoVim in, and then I was just going to need to do research on document. So these 3 PRs, Singbox, Notion, and EKS Control, the only thing that's keeping them back, or that has been keeping them back, is that there's no documentation with them. That people created them for like a Hacktoberfest or something, or whatever, you know, to contribute to open source, and they followed the directions without context, and then just left the example README as the cheat sheet. So anyway, I am curious, before I go, what was the chat about this in Norway? Is there any constructive feedback that, while I'm in the mode of doing this, I should know about, or some such? I'll wait just a second for that, and then I will head out shortly. Okay, so with this one, yeah, I'm gonna have to do some more testing. I think we're at the end. There was just a couple of nits that I had to fix, and some of them have to go back into this. Because this got long, I started numbering them. So it's like, this one's actually 1. That's 1.5, 2, 3, 4. And then these 2 will have to come in later because they need additional review. Because most of the changes I've been making have just been things that are fairly directly correlated with these. Just minor cleanups or bugs I found while I was testing them. Anyway. Yeah, it's a lot of commits in total. All right, so we need to do. Alright, so I'm going to do these couple of things. I'm going to pull everything through, and then I'm going to leave. I've got about a half-hour drive. Git, switch, fix, no, v, fix, no, fix Windows env path. Okay. Okay. And then for this one, oh. Oops. Oh, of course not. Let's look at main here. What? Dylan Augustus. What am I building? I'm working on Webi. I actually have to go in just a minute, but there is a little video on the website that explains it. It's essentially developer tools. Install your developer tools quickly without sudo or admin, without a package manager, without changing file system permissions. Basically, installs that just work without extra cruft. That work quickly. So if you compare that to using a package manager like apt, you're going to get stuff that's years out of date, and it's going to take you have to run the app update, you have to wait for it to do all the dependencies, and it's like, if you do it on brew, first you got to download 500 megabytes of brew, then you have to run brew update all the time. This one, it's not a package registry or a package manager, it's just installers for the things from the actual official repos and such. Okay. Oh, okay, so that had something change within the same relative place. Okay, that makes sense why that one was fussy. Oh, whoops. Oh darn. So this one actually did need the push and pop location. Let me double check on that one. Hmm. Okay, so these I'm pushing up against time and I need to go. Okay, where? If get rebase continue. Okay, get switch fix xbin, get rebase from it's Windows. Oh no! There we go. So we can fix that one. We can switch over to fix Webi hosted, rebase -I, fix xbin. And then hopefully when I come back, I won't have any more of this to do. Okay, so E and V. Yeah, you can ask me a personal question. I mean, you don't have to ask. You just ask and then, you know, say no if I want to say no. But I'm going to get through this real quick. Fix, so I'll be hosted. All right, I need to run through these PRs. This is just going to take me another minute here. And then, okay, so SSH authorize. So let's go ahead and run the linter here and make sure that we don't have anything that I missed. I may have missed something. Okay, good. Okay, I think 3 should be, yeah, SSH authorized, great. So I can pull this. I can get rebase off of fix Webi hosted. Should be able to take that one. Yeah, I think we can get rid of all that. And just to see, let's do ~5 here. And then what we should see is this one. And if I put these in, fix Windows, set, whoops. Add common. Wait. I'm sorry. I will get to your question in just a second. Well, oh, what's the motivation for streaming? Oh, Okay, sorry, because out of the corner of my eye, I just saw if a personal question. I didn't see that it was right there in line. It's just for me. It just helps me focus. Just that's it. There's no real. It's an interesting thing to do. There's no. Yeah, there's nothing super special about it for me. Helps you get work done. Yeah. You know, because when I'm doing client work, I'll stream if I can, you know, if it's not like too proprietary, if it's just, you know, modifying some stuff, or I don't think I really ever have. Sometimes I do have things that are proprietary because it's in relation to a particular partnership or something that's not public knowledge, something that you couldn't just go to ChatGPT and get, you know, in writing functions, how to read a file, how to return something from a web API, you know, like it's not proprietary. But, you know, the application as a whole might be proprietary, but the individual thing. But it helps me, you know, keep focus. If I get in a lull, you know, I don't just go check Facebook and be like, you know, while I'm working through, you know, trying to work through a problem in my head or something. It helps keep me accountable to myself. So it's good. I feel like it's good. Okay, so I just wanted to see what the conflicts are with this. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Oh, yep, that was the fix. I remember this one. Yep, that makes sense why that's there. Yeah, helps with accountability, etc. Awesome. I spent all morning asking people who are streaming coding. Pretty much everyone has said the same thing. Interesting. Yeah, well, I guess, you know, some people get popular. Some people have great personalities. I'm not one of those people. And, you know, they roll things forward that way. But, yeah, for me, it's just a personal thing. It's... All right. Alright, so this one is challenging because, yeah, this is way too much. So we're just going to skip this one. Okay, I feel confident in this. I'm going to push these up. And then I'll do some more testing when I get back, and then... And sometimes it's really fun, you know, because it's like having coworkers, but you get to talk while you're working, and you're the one that gets to talk about what you're working on, and they're not talking about what they're working on. So, you know, there's... Oh, SSH authorized from main. This would be from fix. Oh crap, Webi hosted. I think that's the base that this is going off of. So now Windows notes, allow running with elevated privileges. Yes, that all makes sense. So then I'm going to switch to... Okay, I think the last PR on this is going to be the PowerShell Essentials. Vbase-I SSH authorize. Holy moly. Okay, that one we know is done, that one's done, that one's done, that one's done. Most of these should be done in somewhere else. Okay, and then all of this is related to PowerShell Essentials. We can get rid of that, we can get rid of that. We can get rid of this one. And we can get rid of that one. Okay. Okay, so now these are going to run. I'm, you know, pretty much late. that's okay, I guess. Yeah. And you asked earlier, is Webi free? So I would like to find some way to monetize it, but the base functionality of what it provides, it's free. I mean, the way that I monetize it is essentially, I created it because I work with a lot of different clients, and I need to be able to share things that I feel confident with them. You know, if I have automated my process. So the documentation is really simple. It's, look, here's how you install this thing. So because people install Node in different ways, people who are used to using Linux, if they're not Node developers, they'll do something really, really stupid. Well, ignorant, not stupid. Like install Node from apt. Because that would be a normal thing to do. You'd think you could do that. The application's not going to run, right? So I have to, everything that I personally use for myself or with my clients, I use the word everything in I mean, if the things that I use aren't on Webi, it's a bug, because I need to be able to give a client documentation that's reproducible, that whatever I tell them, you know, whether it's a Go project or a Node project or whatever it is, things just need to work. And that's what Webi provides. Minimal documentation. And then in the cheat sheets, I put the things that are important for the things that I do and have my clients do. So a lot of the stuff in the cheat sheet is pretty specific to things that I need to do on a regular basis. And things that I believe other people will need to do on a regular basis. So we can go to Caddy here. Pew. And I've got a lot of information. This one I updated with a lot of information, probably too much information, but basically everything that I ever have done with Caddy, maybe not ever have done, but everything that I clearly do with Caddy, that I've done more than once, is represented in this cheat sheet. Examples of how you do this, how you do that. What does this look like? What does that look like? All of it's in here. So I can just go in here and I can say, okay, this client, I need to have them do reverse proxy. And, you know, we'll go and look at how to reverse proxy. There's an example of reverse proxying. You know, and then I can say, okay, see the reverse proxy section on Webi. Or I copy this, you know, I copy this and I'll put it in the README for the client. And say, okay, you know, swap out with their values, their port number, whatever. And say, you can see more information if you need to modify this. Check out the cheat sheet. So that's what Webi is for, and how it monetizes itself is because it's something I use to make my workflow better with the clients that I work with. But I think there's some opportunity to monetize, like basically doing kind of the way that Docker is monetized, right? Like you upload images with Docker. Here you would be uploading scripts and have your own namespace for it. So in the future, I could definitely see monetizing it, but it would be something like somebody wants to white label host it. Somebody wants to have their own namespace. It would be something like that. It's not, I will probably implement API keys so that if somebody is, you know, hitting the API too much, they get, you know, a you've hit it too much kind of notice, and have some sort of, we're not at that scale yet. But I mean, that is something, one of the reasons you monetize is to prevent abuse, because as something gets more and more popular, abuse gets popular, that sort of thing. Anyway, I got to go. It's been nice hanging out. I hope you come back again if you want to. And remember, let me put this back up on the screen there. You can like, sub, follow if you want to. Let the one who guide you. And I'm going to check and see who we can raid. I've got no one up from people I know right now. Let's see. Precision platformer. Practical NPC. That's who we're gonna raid. Okay, and with that, I am out.